Recording in progress.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining us. So we're doing Revitalize and Thrive. We're doing a do-over or a 2.0, however you want to call it. So this one was taught, I think it was last year, right after the holidays, just because it's the holidays, So we wanted to put forth something to help with dealing with family. I know most of you probably have family that you get along with really well, and when you want to really bond, you connect with talking about politics or something like that. I don't know. It's really just a way to deal with difficulty, be it not just in the family time, but just in normal everyday life. Right. So we're going to be looking at different things to do. This is not like our normal classes where we go through and have a bunch of processes that we're following. This is more like just a cookbook, a recipe book. So you can kind of look up what issues that you might be having, and then you go through and look up how to address it, right? So we'll be doing explanations of the different processes and doing processes with that, and then getting feedback, and you can ask questions and things like that. So we're going to be bouncing all over this workbook this weekend. And so the very first thing that we're going to be addressing is our connections with people. Now, people, situations, past events, difficult people, things that might potentially like trigger us when we're interacting with people, I say family just because I'm probably projecting a little bit. There's part of my family that I love, and there's part of my family that I try to avoid, and I love them, but at a distance. We get along a lot better when we don't see each other very much, right? And so, we all have people like that in our lives. And for me, like when I think about it, is like I don't want to have to modify my behavior or modify the things that I do just because there might be an interaction with somebody who's obnoxious or abrasive or gets upset and gets triggered really easy, and I have to walk around eggshells around this person. I want to be able to live like a free range life, not always walking around in a cage because of the things going on in the environment. So how do we do that? So there's this thing that is called an etheric cord or an energetic cord. And it's just like when we interact with people, there's this connection that looks a little bit like an umbilical cord where energy goes back and forth, right? So part of how we communicate, for example, might be with words, it might be with our body, but also there's a connection where energy is going back and forth. So, I think we've all had the experience where you have an interaction with somebody and you walk away and you go, man, I feel so much better. That was amazing. I feel uplifted. I feel positive. I want to, I can tackle the day or tackle the situation or whatever that might be. That was a positive interaction, and that exchange of energy was a bit more uplifting. And then you have those times where you have an interaction with the person and you're like, after they leave or you walk away, it's like it feels like they were sucking my will to live. I feel super depleted and like, what happened? Or, there's times where you interact with people and without very much being said, all of a sudden you're a little bit upset, you're a little agitated, you're a little defensive, whatever it might be. And you have your body, and then around your body is an energetic mold or blueprint referred to as the aura, right? And so when things are in the aura, they begin to physicalize, right? And so it doesn't matter how it got there, it physicalizes. So a good example would be, you're feeling fine. You walk into a stressed out office space where everybody's super stressed out trying to meet a deadline. And in 10 minutes, all of a sudden you feel stressed, right? It's not because you're all of a sudden having to meet the deadline. It's because that stress is just floating in the ethers. You walk in, it hits your aura, and then it begins to physicalize. Doesn't matter how it got there. Now you're feeling stress. So for most people, when you look at it from an energetic point of view, we can just look at it from the point of view of stress. Probably 50 to 55% of the stress you feel is not yours. In some cases, it's even higher. But, it depends on the job or the family or something like that. But for most people, I'd say 50 to 55% is stress from other people, right? So even when we look at the idea of emotions, there's higher emotions, which are love and sense of well-being, loving kindness, acceptance, patience, tolerance, things like this. But then there's also lower emotions, things that your body generates homeostatic emotions for you to thrive in the environment, right? So if your body feels that you need to protect it, or it makes you angry, because if you're angry, you're going to fight harder. If you're scared, you're going to run faster. So you're engaging a fight-flight response. So your body, to amplify your motivation and amplify your effort, generates these lower emotions, right? So then what happens is that we start to generate these emotions when we feel some sort of conflict in the environment, right? So people could have a little bit of an attitude that might engage this fight-flight response, or we just pick up on what they're doing, right? We pick up on what they're doing and we kind of take it and run with it, right? So even this idea of fight-flight, a lot of times it's not all of ours. Like sometimes it's a little bit of other people. I mean, let's be clear though, a lot of homeostatic emotions, a lot of it our body generates. It's not, and when I say your body, it doesn't mean you're mentally generating it, and it doesn't mean that you're having an emotional response. Your body generates homeostatic emotion. Like if you touch a hot stove, if you didn't have homeostatic emotion, you'd go, wow, that really burns. I should probably take my hand off because, this is going to hurt my hand. Right? If you touch the hot stove, part of you go, oh, What made that move faster was homeostatic emotions. So think of it like this. If you need to run, your body's going to generate fear. If you need to fight, your body is going to generate anger. Now, your body is not a genius. Your body just knows what it feels and what it has experienced in the past. It has conditioned responses. So it doesn't mean it's seeing the situation accurately, right? So you get in a situation and maybe there's a little bit of tension, not even directed at you. Your body goes, I felt this before, get out of here. Or, be prepared because we're going to get ready to throw down and fight, right? So how do we wind this down? How do we stop this from happening? Part of it is connections, right? Our connections with people, our connections with active situations, our connections with past events. Even like say you had a car accident 20 years ago, you still have an energetic connection because when you go back and think of that car accident and you have a little emotion stirred, it's because you're still energetically connected to it, right? So if you start thinking about some situation and you're fine and you start thinking about it, all of a sudden you get a little riled up, part of it is there's an energetic connection. You're tapping into the emotion. It's not even your emotion a lot of times. It's just the emotion of the event, right? So how do we unwind this so that we're not walking around always being triggered or always being hit with these pieces of stimuli that makes our body respond in a particular way? Another way of saying it is, how do we unwind the conditioning of the past? How do we unwind the conditioning of the things that have happened to us or the conditioning of what's going on in the environment, right? So we're going to go, let's just do people first. We're going to just do the first one. So in your booklet, it's on the first page, segment 1, and we're going to utilize, you have some choices here, ironbark eucalyptus, rue, St. John's wort, but we're going to use etheric quartz. here in person, but you use whatever you have at home. So let's just take a minute. You go through. Hey, Pete. And first off, just start taking some long, slow, deep breaths. We won't even direct it at first. Just put it up to your nose. Inhale through your nose, exhale through your mouth. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, this works two different ways. For one, if we're thinking about a person where there's maybe a negative interaction or a negative relationship, whatever you want to call it, there's that aspect. But if it's somebody that you're close to, that you care about, that you love, that there's no conflict, this actually increases the connection or the bond between you and the person. So when it's positive, it increases the connection. When it's negative, it helps to release the emotion and the connection to the negative stuff so that it just becomes like a neutral situation, right? So first, just inhale it a few times. Just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, now just pause. Now I want you to think of somebody. Think of somebody that's around you, somebody where, let's first do the negative. Think of somebody where when you see them, you're like, ugh, here we go again. You know, somebody where it doesn't feel good to interact, you'd avoid them if you could, whatever it might be. Think of that person, and as you think of that person, inhale the oil. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. Keep taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Keep thinking of that person. And then just pause and be still. And as you're sitting there pausing and being still, as you think about that person, what do you notice? Okay, still, like when I say it's like think of the person, try to be as one-pointed as you can. Like really think about that person. And as you work the oil, you'll notice that your mind starts to drift away. Try to keep coming back to the person so that you're releasing as much as you can. And then when we're done, you kind of just completely let go, where you will have like a sort of expansion, right? So again, think of the person, be very one-pointed if you can, be very focused. Start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Let it go. Just completely let go of everything. Let go of the person, let go of the inhalation. Just let your mind wander. Now, we're not going to inhale, but just think of that person. Is something starting to happen? Think of the weirdest, meanest, most upsetting component that that person has done with you. Think of that and then begin inhaling, whatever it is. Like get down and dirty with it. Like, oh, this person, I can't believe they said this. I can't believe they did that. Sometimes it's something maybe that they didn't do. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody here said they do it like a lot of times unknowingly. Like, you know, there's people who are knowingly obnoxious, but there's people who are obnoxious, but they think they're being nice, or they just think they're being normal, or, you know. Somebody in the chat said, I can't think of that person anymore. I can't think of feelings. Perfect. That's what we're shooting for. You, so go ahead and take a pause for a second. So that's the thing is, boy, that was weird. So sometimes the thing is like you have a weird interaction with a person and then you walk away, and then you see them again, you have another weird interaction and then you walk away, and then you have another interaction with them and maybe not so weird, and then the next time it got really weird. By the fifth or sixth time, not only you're dealing with right now, you're dealing with all the things from the past because it's stuck in those cords. So you're dealing with the accumulation of those interactions, right? So then you start thinking of that person and you go, that person's this person's that. Oh, I don't want to be around that person. It's because you're feeling what's in the cords, right? So when you go through and you clean up the cords, then all of a sudden you think of that person, you're like, I really, they're weird or they're obnoxious, but it doesn't really bother me. It's because there's nothing in the cords. And so when there's nothing in the cords and your mind or your emotions go, I really don't care what they do, then you're able to do it. But if you're dealing with 5, 10, 15, 20 interactions stuck in that cord, doesn't matter how of a much of a good place you're in right now, you're still being overwhelmed by the past. So you want to keep unwinding these cords with things, because even when you're not interacting with them, here's the kicker. Even when you're not interacting with them, they're still affecting you, right? They're still affecting you. Like part of your lower emotions that get stirred up sometimes might not even be about the situation that you're in. It's just you have a lot of connections to people who maybe are negative or obnoxious, and it just pushes your body to a tipping point where I can only handle so much. I can only handle, and then I get freaked out or I get stressed out, right? So you want to clean up the cords. Just keep cleaning up the cords. Cleaning up the cords, part of why this works is it cleans up the triggers for those homeostatic emotions that says you got to run, you got to fight, you got to defend yourself. You got to do something. You got to manage this. You got to avoid them. You got to do whatever it is. You're cleaning up those triggers. So bottom line is it lets your body go out of the defense mode, out of fight flight, and allows your body to relax. And if your body can relax, Then when you're dealing with somebody that's obnoxious, you're just like, yeah, oh well. Yeah.
What was the oil you passed
Etheric cords.
around? And then I noticed that as it started to dissipate, that core connection with the one person, similar energies of different people.
Right. So somebody here was saying, like, as she unwound the thing with the one person, all of a sudden she started generating a list. This person. She just said similar energies with other people. But that's what happens as you kind of like think of it like this. You get at first you're bombarded with a bunch of stuff, and then you see this little like flash of hope of like, this could be peaceful. Then all of a sudden it's like that person, you become more aware because now you're having an experience. Like, let's think about it like this. So one time, I've told the story a bunch, so forgive me. But like one time I was at the dentist and, and he's doing his little thing and everything. And he goes, hey, you have one of your molars, or what's the back tooth? Is that a molar? Yeah, molar. Wisdom tooth. Yeah. So he goes, yeah, one of those need to come out. And I was like, ugh, that sounds like a big surgery and everything. He goes, nah, take 2 minutes. And I was like, okay. And, he just reached in, grabbed it with whatever and just, pulled it out. And as he pulled it out, I felt like a low-grade headache leave my head. And I was like, as soon as he pulled it out, I was like, I had a headache and it's gone. And he goes, yeah. And I go, no, but I didn't even know that I had a headache. And he was like, yeah. And I was like, no, but like, I kept going on. I wasn't even aware that I had a headache. I pulled it out and like my head feels better. And he goes, yeah, that's very common. And he goes, that's why I said it needed to come out. And I was like, I had no idea. So the same thing happens with people. Like a lot of times you'll go, the people, they're just people. And then you clean up a little bit and you go, wow, I feel better. Now that I feel better, this person makes me feel uncomfortable. This person makes me feel uncomfortable. This person makes me feel uncomfortable. All of a sudden, because you have something to measure it by, like, you have something to compare it to. And so now you can go, I have a list. I'm going to go through and I'm going to work my list, right? And the more that you keep doing it, the more that you'll start to be aware of something starting to get stirred, or like, I always feel weird around this person, right? Now, here's the other kicker. Sometimes what you feel from the person is not even directed at you, right? So say a person has a super stressful job and, they come home to their partner and all of a sudden there's a little bit of tension or something. It might not be that the husband or wife has an issue with the partner. It's that the partner is feeling the stress of their job. Right. So that stress mixes, and whatever that person went through is all of a sudden you're feeling it as well. Not to the same degree, but you're feeling it because there's a connection. Right. So if they're having a bad day, all of a sudden you're having a little bit of a bad day. I once treated this woman a long time ago, but she had really bad migraines, had migraines every day. And, she went to the doctor, she went to acupuncturist, she went to all these different things to treat the migraine. She came to me, I did my migraine stuff that would usually work. Nothing even touched it. And so I'm like, okay, you went through, you did all the things that you should do and nothing is changing. And I just sat and thought about it for a while. And I was like, let's try connections with different people. So I just started asking her connections, and her husband had a very stressful job, like was not just stressed out, but very upset about things at work. So we cleaned the cords between her and the husband. And I think I even did between the husband and work or something. Migraines went away, completely went away. Every once in a while it would start to flare up, but she had a process that she could do. Migraines went away. She was getting migraines because not that her husband was stressed out at her or upset at her, because he just had an upsetting job. And the energies would mix, and lo and behold, she would get a migraine. Doesn't mean all migraines are that, but sometimes some of our symptoms are not always because of our body, it's because of things in the environment. So let's pick one other person. Now that you kind of go, okay, this feels kind of good, let's pick a different person. So just pick some person randomly, and it could be, how about this? Let's do a positive person. You know, we did negative, but somebody you want to deepen your connection to. You know, a husband, a wife, a child, a parent, you know, a friend, somebody at work, you know, whatever it is. And before we start inhaling, think about how it feels with that person. You know, it could even be a baby. Like say there was a new little baby born, right? Just clean the connection so that you can really connect with the baby. Okay, so you got an idea of how it feels. Begin inhaling. Keep thinking one pointed. Keep inhaling. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. As you're being still, you're just completely letting go. What do you notice? Let's go ahead and before we move to the next step, let's just share experiences, ask questions, process it a little bit. Unmute, type in, raise your hand, however you want to do it. The lady in the back?
So the first one was the problem person.
Mhm.
It's the second one's Brian, and he's gloomy because of
Mhm.
whatever's going on with him. And wait, brought up a lot of emotion. Just
Right. Okay, so here, like with this first part, the person was saying, the lady in the back was saying, I'm teasing because it's Tracy. She was saying the first person, there's a obnoxious person in the office. That's who you're thinking of, right? Yeah. I clairvoyantly observed that.
the problem.
So at first, so how does it feel with that person?
I like got a headache behind my left eye.
Okay,
Like it felt like it was.
but did it eventually process?
but-
Yeah, so she said at first with the negative person, and let's just say there's a little bit of conflict, I'm downplaying little, it's probably more like that, but so she said right when she started doing it, she started feeling almost like a little bit of a headache. Like that energy is something that's bothering her all the time, but she's not, consciously aware of it because she's not always in front of that person. But I'd say that person's on your mind a lot, right? Yeah. So the person's on her mind a lot. Like, I can't believe he said that. I got to deal with him tomorrow. Why won't he listen? I don't even know if that's it, but like that idea, right? But then it started feeling better. But then the person that was the positive person, she started doing it and it brought up emotion because even though it's a positive relationship, there still can be negative emotion there that contributes to a disconnection or contributes to a distance, right? And so the more you kind of clean that up, haven't you ever noticed that like with certain people, you might be fine, and then all of a sudden this like weird little argument comes up or this little weird conflict comes up and then goes away, and then a month goes by and that same little thing comes up. It's in the courts. It's in the courts. So just because it's dormant doesn't mean it goes away. It's just running its cycle, right? It's running its cycle. So the more you clean this up, like in a way, you're diminishing the influence with the negative person, and you're diminishing the negative influences with the positive person, right? So if there's a little weirdness with the positive person, you'll be able to overcome it much easier because you're not dealing with the accumulations of the past, right? You're just dealing with the right now. So there's still another step that we do after this just to kind of clean it up, but I just wanted to see how people are doing. Yeah,
So just to your point there, so if you immediately feel that emotion, clear it right then.
Yeah, so she's saying if you're starting to feel emotion, just keep working the cord, like it will eventually release. Because part of what happens is, like if we were to like do a visual of this, as you're cleaning the cord, what happens is you have energy that's stuck in your energy body, in your physical body. As you're cleaning the cord, it's actually starting to come out, right? And it's also coming out of the other person, right? So it's coming out and it's releasing. So like when you start to go, I'm feeling a little bit of emotion, don't stop. Like, even though it might feel like, this feels a little weird, get it out of you because it's always been there, or at least since you've been interacting with this person, right? So get it out so that it can resolve, right? And so it might only take one little process. You might have to do it several times. And if the person, like the person that Tracy was talking about at work, let's just say he has some tendencies that, maybe aren't the most pleasant, right? So even though she clears them, she got to deal with him again, right? And he's not going to change, right? So that one will take regular maintenance. It just is. We have people in our lives that's not the case, but there's people in our lives where, it takes some regular maintenance to stay in a good place. I'm not talking about a whole half of my family. There's a whole side that, like, it's so weird. Like, if I see him at Thanksgiving, it's nice. But if I see him 2 times really close, when I see him at Christmas, they are just beyond obnoxious. And so, like, if I don't see him very often, we have pleasant conversations. But if I see him twice really close together, I'm pretty sure I'm adopted. I don't understand these people, right? And so guess what I keep in my pocket the whole time? Yeah. One of them even said to me one time, "What are you smelling?" I go, "Something to deal with you."
So, Greg, are you saying as opposed to walking around all day?
Right,
you know,
exactly.
you just-
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah.
After what, 10 years?
Hey, Terry.
No, I'm an empath. I know I pull in a lot of energy from the universe. So on the same token, if I'm feeling that energy coming in from the universe, a lot of what's been going on, I can still apply it to a broader sense.
You can do it to a broader sense, and we're going to do some version of that in just a little bit. Yeah, we're right now we're just working with a person, but we're going to do situations, and then we're going to do just like a whole body clearing. So yeah, people there?
Go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg. I think you just answered my question, but I was going to ask if I could extend this particular process to like a store. Okay, like I go into a store and I don't like going in there because there's the staff I find unhelpful, or that's the way I like to phrase it.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
can I kind of use the same process?
Yeah. So like,
Okay.
just think like with that situation, I would call that an active situation, which is what we're going to do next. So you
Mhm.
would just think of the situation like going to the store, interacting with the staff, not getting help, but not, whatever it is. You can just
Yeah.
kind of think all of those things out and focus on, it's more than just a person. You're kind of like observing different parts of that scenario, and you
Yeah.
just keep inhaling. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And we're going to practice that.
Okay. And then will we also be covering or going over like, oh God, I hate computer programming. I hate computer programming. That kind of a
Yeah, you
invite.
could. Yeah, that I would still consider like an active situation.
Okay.
So think of the connection to, because it's not necessarily a person, but we still have this thing that we're interacting with, and there's the energy going back and forth, and
Yeah.
yeah,
It's
like
like it's got its own life
yeah,
in
sure,
there. Yeah.
yeah.
So that could kind of form, I don't know if a chord would be the right word for it, but that would form like an energy connection to that event, that mental idea.
Yeah. So the idea with something like that, where you're not really dealing with something that's like an organism, like a
Mhm.
person or even a situation, is, as you sit and work on the computer and, you feel good about it, you feel bad about it, you kind of have created like this like thought form around the computer.
Yes.
And so you're diminishing the thought form by going through and doing it. So it's the same mechanics. You're working it slightly differently, but I mean, I'm right there with you. Like I only own iPads. When it's computer stuff, I hand it off to other people because you want to see me lose it, like put me in front of the computer and give me a task. Like I don't understand.
Yeah.
Like I just don't get it. I get frustrated, and so I just don't do it.
Okay.
I just, I have other people do it, or pull in
Yeah.
a favor or hire somebody or something.
Okay. All right, good. Thanks.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Paulina.
Hey, Paulina.
Hi, Greg. Hi,
Hey.
Sam. Hi, Miguel. How are you, everybody? I wanted to ask you something. If we work with the etheric chords, I got them because I'm a healer, but I can do both, right?
Yeah.
And then if I am like thinking of a person, I'm not interacting with the body of or the soul of the people who doesn't want me to change the energy, the energetic cords that they are processing between me and the other person.
Wait, say that again.
Like if I'm working with like my husband, if
Mhm.
I'm working with something that I don't like from him or he doesn't like from me, and
This
I'm
is just about a connection. This is just about the connection. Like
So
you can
does-
still think of like, I don't like it when he does XYZ and then work it, but it's still just about the connection.
okay, so it doesn't
Might
matter.
not change his behavior, but it would change your reaction to the behavior.
Okay, so it will be more calmer and because you cut all the energetic things that they are not good, right? They are not safe.
You're not cutting, you're cleaning.
Cleaning.
You're
Right.
you clean.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much.
You're so.
Do we have chords with parts of ourselves? Would there be any benefit in inhaling the etheric chords with awareness on ourselves?
We're going to do like a general kind of release towards the end of working with the chord stuff. So we'll file that under that one. Yeah.
And go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg.
Hey, how are you?
How am I? It depends on the moment.
Yeah.
But I'm still dealing 7 weeks after Helene with all the issues of this disaster. So it's
I
been
bet.
interesting. So there was someone in your in Birmingham that at the beginning that was talking about how one thing went to another.
Right.
And you know, one of the things that when I was doing the very first one, it went to a pattern that repeats itself in my life, where
Okay.
people aren't open to listening. I guess we're going to deal with that probably with situations, but if we start with one thing, do you want us to stay totally focused and just write
No,
down the other stuff?
if it morphs into something different, you could go down the rabbit hole. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
And then,
like here we're just kind of staying focused because it's a class, but like if you're sitting there at home and you start going, okay, I'm inhaling, I'm thinking of that person, and then it opens up to this whole group of situations, or like you said, like a pattern, then like reflect on the pattern, like because the pattern would still be under like active situation, that's because that's what a pattern is
sure.
it's not necessarily like Ralph saying a store, like that could be a pattern in the store, but sometimes we have patterns in our lives that it's a big giant active situation for us. It might not be for somebody else, but if you have that issue, be it the circle of people or the area that you live in, or whatever it is, like for Ralph it was a store. If it was, could be anything. So if it pops up into the mind, we go, take it down the rabbit hole.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
This is the perfect class for me at this
Good.
moment.
Good. Yeah. Okay. Anybody else here have something to?
I noticed when we were working on the positive person that I immediately got a pain in my head.
Uh-huh.
And I mean, I've had like maybe 10 headaches my entire life.
Uh-huh.
So that was noticeable. And my question is the person I'm thinking about, will they also be uncomfortable?
So she's asking, like, she's thinking of when she did the positive person, she started inhaling, focused on that person. She started getting like a pain in her head. She said, would that person be uncomfortable? Most likely not.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
And we did this for other people.
She's asking, can we do this for other people? It would be hard. Yeah, it would be hard. Probably not. Yeah. Like if you're saying like person X at work with person Y at work and you're doing like how they interact, it probably wouldn't work. Yeah. So just take the bottle and throw it at them. Like you just every time they just like stop that, behave. Right?
Could the news headlines be a situation?
Yeah, that could the news headlines could be active situation. Yeah. You know, like for me, like kind of going along that lines, you know, like many years ago, I was working with some of the people from the different shootings and bombings and things that happened. And you know, we were starting to try to form like a therapy group that we would like whenever those would happen, we would send like therapists from the areas, you know. So I worked with some of the people from the Boston bombing, and we were trying to form this like kind of therapy group, and it was just going to be multiple disciplines, you know. And you know, it's a tough thing to do. We weren't going to charge anything. It was going to be a free service, but even with that, too many obstacles. And so for me, every time I'd see a shooting, I would start getting a little bit upset, and I'd get frustrated. And I was like, you know, we could help or we could do something. And so I had to do a version of this every time that I saw a shooting. And you know, because I was having an over-the-top response. And so now it's still sad and it's still upsetting, but I don't have like the triggered response that I did. And, you know, it started off out of frustration because, you know, we really wanted, I mean, we'd have these great meetings and then we could never get anything going with the groups. And so, you know, I got pretty frustrated because, you know, I felt like we could help, but it was just being shut down. And so I started having some pretty over the top responses about it, like where it was just really upsetting. And I don't want to say it wasn't despair, but it was despair-ish, you know, and I was just like, oh, there's got to be something we can do. And I just had to let go of it. You know, I had to let go of it. And so now when I see it, it's like it's sad, but I don't have the like the deep despair response. You know? So it could be all kinds of things. Mhm.
So I've got this horror room.
Mhm.
It registered a stressful situation when we were in handling.
When you were thinking of the person?
I don't know if it was the first person or Brian, but it's like, what caused that stress? And I think it's heart rate. Like
Yeah. So she has an Aura ring, so it monitors like your heart rate and like sleep and all kinds of stuff. And when she thought of the person, it registered as a stressful situation. So just right there, it kind of shows she's not interacting with the person. She just thought of the person and her body had a stress response. That is happening all the time. You know, it happens to us all the time. So like, if you really kind of start to recognize like, this is an issue, I mean, just start making your list and then, you know, every night, 15 minutes, just start crossing people off the list, you know? Yeah. Anybody else?
So you can do it on like the group, like
Uh-huh.
all the employees.
Mhm.
do it.
Yeah, that would be an active situation. So she's saying like that person that was her negative person is also part of something in the workplace. So you could do it on the person, but then you could also do it as an active situation or that group. Right? So just doing this first step is very good, right? It's very, very good. But you notice that like when you have these interactions, it stimulates something in the mind, right? And I'm going to just talk about this for a minute and then we'll do the process. But even going back to what Paulina was saying about like cutting cords, this is cleaning cords. If we wanted to cut cords, we would use something like RU to release the connection, right? Because we have positive connections, we have negative connections. The positive ones are substantially stronger than the negative ones, but the negative ones we can release. The way that they get released is by going into the parasympathetic state, which is rest and repair mode, right? When we have these negative cords or these negative interactions, our body goes into a little bit of defense mode or fight flight, right? Your body is like, I have to run, I have to defend myself, I need to fight, I need to, I need to avoid whatever it might be, right? Part of how we release whatever is there is you start to shift into rest and repair mode, right? So the more that you're able to go into rest and repair mode, a lot of times these connections just fall away. So at first you're cleaning up the crime scenes, right? You're cleaning up all of these negative interactions. And then you notice like, oh, the cords are clean. When I interact with these people, it doesn't bother me as much. Part of it is because the cords are clean, but part of it too is you're not going into defense mode, right? Think of it like this. Not only in defense mode, there's the accumulations, right? There's the emotions, there's the trigger. But you know how memory works? Memory is based on sympathetic nervous system activity, right? So not only are you having your body go into defense mode, you're remembering what kind of jerk that person was the last time. Your body like your mind starts to remember, right? So what starts to happen is you become, the mind gets stimulated, but your mind kicks into intellect, right? Intuition is tied to rest and repair. Intuition is how the things just fall away. Intellect is always dealing with the past, right? It's taking in information really that it already knows and judging everything by what it already knows. And then intellect maintains it. So here's the kicker. When you get triggered, not only is it triggering you, not only is it causing you discomfort, causing your body to be agitated, part of the mind is then maintaining that negative stimuli and that negative connection with the person. Whenever there's excessive intellect, you're never going to let go of something. Never. Even if you let it go, it'll be minute and you'll leave claw marks all over it because you'll be holding on to it so hard. When you let go of something, it's always through intuition. When you heal, it's the intuitive state or the rest and repair mode. So part of what you're doing is you're letting go of the energy, you're letting go of the fight flight, you're letting go of the memory of what that person has done or that you had a negative experience with that person, and you're letting things fall away. In the rest and repair mode, you don't have the memory connection. Even if somebody's being a super jerk and you're in super deep rest and repair mode, you're like, it's all good. It's okay. Oh, bless his heart. Like, you don't really have that embedded in the intellect. So intellect is good, but in this area, it's not your ally. It's not your ally. Right? So the more that you can kind of unwind these cords, the more you come out of the defense mode or fight flight, the more you diminish the tendency to remember all the negative things. Think about it. When you have somebody that has really caused you discomfort, or there's been a bunch of negative interactions and you feel a little triggered by them, don't you kind of remember every little thing that they did? And the people that you love, when they do something really kind of obnoxious, you really don't recall it until somebody goes, remember that time? You go, oh yeah, I do remember that. huh. You know, you're not grinding on like, how could that person I love so much, how could they do that? Like you take somebody at work that does a particular behavior and you're like, that person's a jerk. You go home and your child does it. You're like, okay, sweetie, knock that off. Don't do that again or you're grounded. But you don't hold it to the same measurement, right? The difference being you love your child. The person at work, you probably don't love that much, right? So the tendency is you're able, when you have a deeper connection to a person or you have more positive feelings towards a person, you're going to be able to go into rest and repair mode or intuition much easier. So those things don't stick. So going back to what like Terry was saying before, she's like, I inhaled it. I thought of one person, other things started coming up. Part of what happens is as the things move, we still have memories of those different things. We all have it. Everybody has it, right? It's not like I'll get to the place, you know, you just get to the place where your nervous system is like calmed down, but it doesn't mean that it can't happen again, right? You just always have to keep cultivating that thing with I'm keeping my nervous system calm, right? It doesn't take much to push it in the other direction. So you just always do a little maintenance, calm down the nervous system, calm down the nervous system, calm down the nervous system. And after a while, it can take much more of a punch. But when you start cleaning these things up, there's a bunch of accumulated like agitation material that's in the body that as you start to leave it, your body goes, yeah, I like this. Let's get rid of all these things, like all these things, you know, we all have it. Like nobody gets away from it. You know, nobody gets away from it. You know, maybe the Dalai Lama gets away from it. But other than that, the rest of us, yeah. Yeah.
You look at the same situation every time when you're cleaning it up?
So she's asking, do you look at the same situation or the same person every time? I would say that like with a person or situation, as you work it, it will start to shift and change. If you can go back there, then it means there's still something there. If like somebody said here, like, I can't think of the person anymore, right? It means it changed. So you can look at it with fresh eyes every time. Like, so if you go, okay, you know, for the most part, this is good, but there's this one thing with this person. If you can still recall it, like if you can recall it, it's because you're still in sympathetic nervous system activity. If you can't recall it, it's because you've let it go. So if because that's a very good point. As you let go of some of these things, all of a sudden you go, I can't recall. It's because you're now out of fight flight. You're out of defense mode. If you can still recall it, there's something there that's still making you defensive. Yeah.
So that can work against us. So say that you have been able to get out of the trauma and all, and then you only remember the good things, especially like in cases of.
I would say that's a little bit of dissociation. Like it's still there, but your body is just checked out from it. So like if it's genuinely gone and you work it, then you kind of almost won't be able to recall it. And or even if you recall it, you go, yeah, that's not a thing. And you inhale and nothing kind of happens. But if you do it and then something moves, your body, it's like the body and mind have just disconnected so that it's not triggering mental activity, but we've still just like checked out of it, because that usually means that it's really upsetting, really
That's a good
upsetting.
sign that they haven't cleared it then.
If it's there, it just needs to be cleared. I wouldn't even, I mean, when somebody has checked out from it, they're still being triggered. It's just, it doesn't connect that that's what it is. You know, it's like when you're checked out, sometimes we'll have a story that helps to manage it, but it's not necessarily the reality of the situation. Yes, yes.
With what she was saying, it's not like if a snake bites you and you get rid of the trauma of it and the memory of it and everything, it doesn't mean you don't recognize that that's a snake and it might bite you.
Right. So she's saying that, she, you know, just using a hypothetical, she goes, so if you if you get bit by a snake and you go through and you process this and you release the trauma and the connection to the event and everything, it's not that you don't recognize that that's not a snake. No, you would still go, oh, snake, you know. Yeah, yep, he's still a jerk. Yeah, yeah. But this is what I would say is you'll handle the situation not in a triggered way. Where if using the snake analogy, if I got bit by a snake and hadn't cleared it, I'd be like, freak out and then overly react to get away from the snake. Where if you're not triggered, you go, okay, snake, I need to get out of here. But I also need to not like lose my mind getting out of here. Like I can be very cognitive and realistic in the way that I get away from the snake. The snake's 10 feet away from me. I'm just going to turn around and walk in the other direction. Where if you're traumatized, you drop everything and you run, like a little kid, like flailing your arms and like, I got to get out of here. Right. And then at some point I got to go back and get my phone, like, whatever it is, then you got to do the trauma all over again,
And go ahead, Paulina.
Hey, Paulina.
It's like I have a question about the courts because if you have like discussion with somebody that like because I sell a lot of diamonds and sometimes they don't pay me they don't finish to pay me or they steal my jewelry. So I get, sometimes I got angry, but sometimes I said, I don't want to see them anymore. I don't want to talk to them anymore because some they were friends and some they were people that I thought they were going to pay me and they don't pay me, no? So I need to work with that, a lot because.
So the thing that I would say is work chords with individuals that you're dealing with, like with that, so that you can handle it without being emotional. The thing that I would say here is like, always give them the opportunity to perform or do the right thing, rather than going, where it's a conflict or like, okay, I'm going to completely avoid them. Because especially like when it's friends, they might just forget or they might go, well, we're friends, instead of you coming up going, why won't you pay me? You clean the cord and you go, hey, you might have forgotten, but you still need to finish the payment or something. It makes it like less emotional and less of like a conflict. Always give them an opportunity unless they're just like super obnoxious. Then there are times to cut people away. But, I would give them an opportunity.
I don't see them anymore, a lot of people, because they disappear.
I'd clean cords and reach out to them and say, hey, you still got payments to be making.
Because sometimes I said, I leave it to God because I don't want to stay stacking that energy in my body. So that's why I left, I
Right,
said.
but the energy's in the body because of the cords. So clean up the cords, and then even if you let it go, you don't have to deal with, because if it's that upsetting where you're having to just let it go, it's in your body whether you interact with them or not.
So what you recommend me is to work with each person that they owe me money?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I totally would.
And every day or every
No, just a couple of times. Yeah, it doesn't have to be every day. Just like a couple of times until you get to the point where you feel kind of neutral or peaceful about it.
Okay, thank you so much, Greg.
Yeah, you're so welcome. Anybody else?
We had a share, someone said, I think that this is the most useful thing that I have ever learned.
Yeah. So, okay, so if you look at the booklet, there's A, right? And then there is a B, right? a lot of times you can just get away with doing what we just did. The B component is to diminish the tendency to be intellectual about it. You know, to make up a story or to go, I'm going to do this or I'm going to do that. You know how like when somebody really rubs you wrong, it's like you start going, I think they're like this because they were, you know, raised by wolves when they were a kid and da 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 da. And, you know, you come up with this whole story, and what you're trying to do is intellectually like manage the situation, but it keeps you connected to that situation. So this will deepen the effect of the release. So you can use ginger lily, which would be fancy, spine, the blend spine, stagnation, sadness, and grief. Another one, if you don't have any of those, is you could also, it's a B choice, but you could use cedar. And so I'm going to take that cap off so you can just go like, yeah. So we're going to use cedar here. Right. So the ones that got the kit for purchase, you have blend stagnation in your kit. So you can use that one as well. What's that? No, we're still on the first one and we're just on letter B.
Okay.
Okay. And once you have that, think of that same person. Think of the first person that you thought of. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're just thinking of that person. We're doing the bad one first. We'll get to the good one too, but the bad one first. Let's kick them out. Like, you know what I mean? And then just pause. Just let go for a moment. That same person, the negative person, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and then go. You're just completely letting go. Now, as you think about that person, what do you notice? When I think of that person, I come to this mudra that I use. It's like, eh. You know, you can kind of feel like that even if there's still a little something there, by the time you do the first part and the second part, it's diminished substantially, right? Substantially. So, you know, there might be people that not only have they triggered you, but they re-trigger you. So you might need to do it from time to time, or there might have been a lot of water under the bridge where you got to do it more than once, but it usually will help. So now let's do the same thing, but think of the positive person. Whoever that positive person is. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. And then one more time, that positive person. And then just be still. Think of those people now. What do you notice? So here's a good sign. When you go, I don't know what I think. Beautiful. The intellect is very specific and knows the details. The intuition is not as detail oriented, but it's like, it's about movement. And so there's a little bit of uncertainty. If you're still certain about the situation, you're still in intellect. If you're a little bit uncertain about the situation, like, I don't know how I feel, I'm not sure what's happening, that's perfect. That means things are moving. So if you sit there and you're like, I'm having a hard time forming a thought. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. It means it's changing, right? The intellect always maintains something. So if you always come back and you go, well, I know exactly how I'm feeling, you're still in intellect. Intellect is great for going to the store and balancing your checkbook and hitting the deadlines and work. But the part of your mind that is the problem solver is intuition. It is not intellect. Intellect will maintain dysfunction in the body, it will maintain dysfunction in the environment with a person because that's what it does. It maintains things. It always does what it does based on the past. Intuition is going to allow for a new thing to happen, a spontaneous thing to happen. So the quality of our lives is dependent on the balance between intellect and intuition.
Can you repeat what you just said?
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
One banana, two banana. No. She asked me to repeat what I just said. Sometimes I don't remember exactly what I said. So so,
Quality of life.
oh yes, the quality of life depends on the balance between intellect and intuition. Yeah. There's things that we should be very intellectual about. And then there's things that we should be a little bit more based in our intuition. You know, intuition allows for something new to come in, but intuition, if it's this amazing thing that produces this amazing result in your life, intuition won't maintain it. Intellect maintains it, but intellect will never allow something new to come in or to let something go. So if you can let intuition like drop something into the intellect will go, hey, this is an amazing idea. Let's maintain this. But even that, at some point you outgrow it. Then intuition has to come in and go, okay, new plan. And then the intellect goes, okay, well, let's
So-
maintain this.
So this is an ever evolving situation?
Yes.
Something that you have to continuously work at.
Right,
You never really come to a conclusion on it
Mm-mm.
because you're always interacting with other things.
right, right. So a person here said, so this is like an always evolving situation, right? I mean, think about it, like sometimes you start off with somebody and maybe it's not a good fit. But after time goes by, you end up being really good friends, right? And then sometimes you have a really good friend, you're like, this is amazing. And then, 2 years later, right? It's evolved or degenerated in some way. Like things are never like a constant, right? And so, we always want to be evolving things in a positive way, but if things start to fall away, instead of making it weird, you're just able to go, yeah, let's just be done.
That was very profound.
It was very profound.
Profound.
Oh, nice. I was going to make a joke, but it would take away from the moment. So anyway, yeah, sure.
And then go ahead, Paulina, then Teresa.
Hey, Paulina.
And I want to ask you something. What happens when sometimes you met a person and you never seen her before? I am very empathic, and that person I don't like, it makes me like you say, I don't like the energy or how
Yeah.
she's
That could be that,
talking or
maybe-
things like that.
yeah, you might be picking up on something that, something that they do, something that they, maybe they are obnoxious, but they're not presenting it to you. You know what I mean? Or a lot of times what happens is they remind you of somebody from the past. Like, not looks, but like, I recognize this behavior. I've done this dance before, and so things can get triggered because you just recognize, we see everything from intellect, from the point of view of what this person's done, their past, whatever, but intuition is always looking at patterns and rhythms and sees things with a lot more depth perception. And so all of a sudden you watch, it's like, okay, I meet this person, they're quacking like a duck, they're walking like a duck. It's probably a duck, So you see certain tendencies in a person, you might have insight that like, yeah, maybe this isn't a good fit. It's hard to say, but I would pay attention to that, because a lot of times people are telling you all the time who they are. But a lot of times we go, no, they're this, they're that, we project something onto them. Like when people tell you who they are, listen to them, one time, like I'm going to give you an example. This guy was very polished. He's a CEO of a very big company. And this is in the early days of Plant Prana. And, I'd done work for him before. So I also knew his tendencies. But he was wanting to invest in Plant Prana. I was having the conversation with him. It wasn't going to happen, but I didn't tell him that. And, we're having these conversations and he's asking me questions, I'm asking him questions, and, we're being very polite. But then he tells me this story about how he has this interaction with this other CEO, and he kind of brags about, I have this person wrapped around my finger. I can make him do whatever I want. I was like, there you go. He told me exactly who he was. Why would I want to be partners with a person like that? I already knew I didn't want to be partners with him, but I was being polite because of our past. But, he told me exactly who I was. So if I went into business with him, I shouldn't be shocked that he would pull something. But a lot of times we have a story of like, no, he's good intention. We're friends. We have this past. And then when he pulls something, most times we're like completely shocked that they behave that way. He told me from day one, like this is who I am. I'm polished, but there's a little devious side behind, so.
I have been dealing for about almost 18 years now with someone who exhibits a little bit of narcissistic behavior.
Mhm.
And it has been a real challenge.
Sure.
But I think when you have to deal with someone like that over a long period of time,
Mhm.
you begin to anticipate reactions.
Sure.
And really the past several years have been very quiet.
Yeah.
But it took me a very, very long time to discount what was coming to me
Right.
and figure out how to deal with it in a way that was not going to make me nuts every time I had to deal with this person, because it was one of those situations where within about 15 minutes, you just feel as though you're going to be unglued.
Right.
Because it's so stressful. And, that too can be an ongoing
Sure.
situation that you have to regroup and deal with.
Right.
And sometimes I have to get the stress out, go do something.
Sure.
Or tear something out and rebuild it just to get
Right.
all of that stress out of me. But it's nice to know there are other ways to do it, besides the ways I've been doing it.
Right. So somebody here was saying that like he's had to deal with somebody for almost 20 years that is very obnoxious but might not present that way in the beginning,
No.
right?
No.
And so over a period of time has gotten to the place that we're talking about, like trying to unwind the cords and all this stuff. It took him a long time to get there, but he got there. But that's the thing, is like sometimes we have projections that we, if you're a good person, a lot of times you project goodness onto other people, even though they might be obnoxious. You see the good quality in them rather than like, yeah, they have good qualities, but they're also, gotta keep my wits about me when I'm dealing with this person, right? And sometimes you're not really meeting the person, you're meeting their representative. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like they present like, I go back to the CEO. He's a very nice guy. He's very polished. He comes from a very prestigious company, and he's affiliated with very prestigious people. And so he presents himself in that manner. But like when the dust settles, he's got a little devious side beside, behind you. And so, the more you clean the cords up, the more you also can read people. Even through, you tend to project less, and their projections, their presentations, you see through them a little bit quicker. Or a lot quicker, actually. So how about this? Oh, one more?
Yeah, go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, Teresa. How are you?
There we go. Unmute myself. Thanks. Can you hear me? Okay, fantastic. I'm on my mobile this morning. That was really quite interesting. In the etheric courts, when I fell asleep, I went on a different journey. You were a teacher in a different class. It was pretty fascinating anyway. So some stuff cleared deeply.
Oh, good.
Kind of when I woke back up and returned and we got into ginger lily, my head's a little stuffy. So I don't know if there's anything I can do to, feels like congestion in my back of my eyes and nose. Like it's kind of strange. So I don't know what that is.
Probably something coming out of the mind.
Okay.
Let's have you go back to your Palo Santo and just inhale it up on the
Okay.
head. Yeah.
All right, I'll do that. And then the good news is that the negative person we were focusing on when you asked me to tune back in, they disappeared from the scene, like they're gone.
Good.
It was pretty cool. Like there were other people
Yeah.
sitting there, and then there was this vacant spot. It's gone. So never
Very
had that
good.
before, but thank you.
Yeah. Very good. Very good.
Okay.
Like with your work, I would think that you have to do this a lot.
Yeah. Correct.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about the end of the week and yesterday, and
Yeah.
so
I would make
thanks.
this part of your regular routine. You know,
Uh,
because you're dealing with conflict all the time as part of your work. So I
yeah.
would say, you know,
I
midweek,
never.
week, whatever it is, I would just go through, regardless if you feel bad or not, I would just do it as maintenance.
Yep. I usually do the etheric chords and rue quite regularly. I didn't think about the ginger lily. That was a great addition.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then we had a couple shares as
Sure,
well when we
yeah,
were
yeah.
doing the ginger lily. Someone shared they have calmness. And another, it was much harder to stay focused on the negative person with the
Yeah,
ginger lily.
Yeah.
And then someone else said, wow, warmth all the way from the solar plexus to the high heart, and then even a bit of activity at the front heart, or no, sorry, the forehead.
Mm. Sometimes my experience is like on one level, okay, I'm releasing this, I'm not feeling it from the person. But then as I sit there and I'm quiet, all of a sudden, because you're engaging intuition, all of a sudden I'll start getting like how I can problem solve the situation. Like things to do, things to not do. You'll start having insight into situations, and it doesn't mean you have to like have a plan. I always find like when you're dealing with difficulty, if you can stay in the intuitive state, you can be spontaneous in the way that you deal with a person or a situation. And that's usually much more potent than having a plan. But you still have like, well, if this happens, this is my plan B or C. I usually never use any of them, but it's like, sometimes knowing that you have options also makes it less like panicky. You know what I mean? It makes you less defensive.
Can I use ginger for this?
Ginger is different than ginger lily. Yeah, so it wouldn't work. Yeah. Frankincense would work though. Frankincense or aloes would be B choices here. The reason to use ginger lily or you see sadness and grief is, especially with a person, sometimes it's a little bit more personalized. And so it's a little bit of a change of perception with the person. And so there might be a little bit of grief or mourning of the situation. I thought this person was more my friend, and I realized, their behaviors are one thing, but, maybe you thought they were more of a friend or their behavior was different, something like that. And so sometimes there's a little bit of mourning, or grief. Grief and mourning is just like if you look at trauma is just a change of perception. Right? So sometimes you're having a change of perception, and in that, there's a little bit of grief or a little bit of mourning.
I noticed when I was working with the negative person the second time that they didn't disappear, but when they started smiling more than scowling. Is that, I mean, am I just like playing games with myself? or-
Hard to say. Yeah, but I mean, it's still good sign, but
Yeah.
you know, that also could be a little bit of a projection, so you're not sure. But she was saying that like in her mind, the person was smiling more than scowling. I would say that's probably straightforward, but we also have to be aware that our mind is trying to manage things a little bit. So I would say, oh, okay, but I'll believe it when I see it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. Or maybe I'm just projecting some of my family interactions of like, yeah, they'll be fine. No, they're not. No, they're not. No. Yes, yes.
And I just wanna use this old cedar, that it smelled like a hamster cage when I first started. And now it smells very pleasant and I see a tree, but like it was really intense.
So a student here said she really likes hamsters. No, she said that when she started smelling that we use cedar here, it smelled like a hamster cage, and then at the end it became very pleasant. Sometimes oils just have that, you know.
But that would be, was that symbolic of like getting
No.
a wheel of a hamster?
No, no, no. I just yeah.
It always makes me think of my grandmother's cabinets.
Right. Yeah, the old cedar cabinet.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So how about we'll take a little break and do a little bathroom break? We'll do 15 minutes, so we'll come back at 5 after the hour and we'll do active situations. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. We're going to do the same thing, but now with situations. Like if we use Tracy as the example, we're not picking on you, but like, yeah. But like, so she had a difficult person in the office. So she worked with that person in the office, but now that the situation with the office is done, now let's maybe do the whole office, right? The dynamics of the office. You know, because we have chords to a person, but we also have chords to like situations, that group dynamic, all those people in a way is almost like a big giant person, right? We also have chords to things in our past. So here we're doing something that's active. The office, the family, you know, the group that you do stuff with, you know, whatever you got going on that's present, you know, over the last like couple months and is maybe still ongoing, that's the thing you want to work right here. Right? So just take a moment and think of some situation. Think of the situation, think about how it feels. Notice your response in your body. Okay. And if you guys need a refresher, just raise your hand or whatever, but we're going to still use it's either.
Is there a question?
Yeah. Okay. So what's that? Yeah, it would be like multiple people or a situation, you know, like for you, it could be your business. You know, it could be how you interact with your business, your clients, something of like that nature, or if you, what's that? Sure. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a negative thing. It could be a positive thing, but I'd say also clean up the negative potentials. Because even like, so like here, this person, you know, she has a business where she does healing. She loves her business. She feels very connected to her clients, but still there is things that go on that might impact her, even though it might not register, right? So you still want to go through and just kind of clean things up. Where Tracy's situation, right? Again, I'm not picking on you, but she knows that it's negative, right? There's a lot of stress. There's a lot of personalities. People are all juggling for position or to be the alpha, whatever you want to call it. Like everybody's like thinks they know better, and you know, nobody's following instructions or directions. So there's naturally conflict. Where Terry in the back, she's got clients she's working with. It's all, you know, probably relatively pleasant, and everybody's kind of doing things. They're connected to her, they like her, but still they have their stuff coming up that might also, yeah, get stuck on her a little bit, you know? Mhm.
The expectations that people project on you.
Right. Yeah. Somebody here makes a very good point. Like, be it in any of those situations, sometimes there's expectations projected onto you, you know? Good or bad, you know, because even if they're good, then if you don't meet their expectations, then they're a little bit, you know, weird with you. Or they might just project negative, you know, negative projections, and yeah, let the games begin. Right? So personally, I like doing this one a lot. Somebody in the previous session said, what about things in the news? You could do this with things in the news as well. Haven't you ever noticed you'll start reading things in the news and all of a sudden you feel a little triggered and you're like, and you have some emotion. There's some sort of weird connection. It might not be you, but you're picking up the energy from what you're looking at, and it starts to trigger you a little bit. You know? Okay, so you've thought about it. You're going to stay focused on whatever that situation is. And this, probably more than the other ones, might start changing. Like, you know, you start thinking and then one person jumps out, or a certain aspect of the situation jumps out. Work it. Like whatever it is, work it. Whatever pops up into the mind, pay attention to the thoughts that arise and work them. So go ahead and start inhaling. Start inhaling. Somebody asked, does the situation have to involve another person? Not necessarily. You know, it's how, like I was talking about with Ralph, where he's sitting in front of the computer. Our past experiences generate a kind of thought form. And so what you're doing is you're diminishing the thought energy or the thought form in that situation. So it doesn't always have to have another person. Somebody's asking cord to ailments. I would stick to situations. Yeah.
A work group, do I think of them all in a room? Or different-
So she's asking like if she's thinking of the workplace, just think of the workplace as it is. You know, if you want to think of them like at the in a board meeting or something, or sitting at the table, but I would think of them in their most obnoxious behaviors. You know, like even if you think of like, oh, we'll have them all in a room, that's probably them not being their natural selves. You know what I mean? You want to clean things up with
About like going to the doctor's office at my last visit where.
Yeah,
Not how I wanted to go.
yeah.
I would,
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, somebody here said, what about going to the doctor's office? Like the last situation didn't go well, or like just going to the doctor might not go well. You know, I think about like me, like I had this amazing doctor for a while, and then he moved away, and I go to this other doctor, you know, from time to time just to get like checkups and stuff. And let's just say it's very apparent he doesn't like his job. You know, so the interactions are always just, you know, I don't know. You're still thinking of that situation? And then just pause and let go for a moment. Just let everything go. Let everything go. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Let's maybe think of a different situation. It could even be a goal. Like that's a thing too. Like it could be like, okay, I have a goal to find a new house or to, run this sale at the office or at the store, or, I have a goal of, fill in the blank. Think of the goal or the positive situation and inhale. Okay, and then just pause. Just sit with that for a minute. Just keep your eyes closed and just notice what happens with your body and your mind. What do you notice? You notice your mind's a little quieter than it was at the beginning of the day? You know, if somebody came up to you right now and said, "A penny for your thoughts," you'd have to go, "I'm gonna have to give you your penny back. I don't have any thoughts." When the mind is quiet, you're in the intuitive state. You're in observation. You're in watchfulness, right? When the mind is going bap, 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 you're in intellect. And again, there's time and a place for intellect. And then there's a time and a place for intuition. Intuition doesn't just mean being spacey and having information come to you. It's learning, it's evolving, it's innovating, it's problem solving, it's healing. You know, it's also how you experience higher consciousness. Higher consciousness is not in the brain. It's the brain experiences it. It's outside the brain, right? So when the mind is quiet, you start to have higher experiences come in that are not of the body. You know, in different traditions, they'll call it by different names. In like the Native American tradition, they'll call it well, they call it by different names depending on the circle. But when they use the term white, you know, oh, like that is white buffalo or white, you know, whatever. Or they'll say in the Lakota tradition, Wakan. Like in the Christian tradition, they'll say, like when they talk about Mother Mary, they'll talk about Virgin Mary, right? So, you know, being a good Catholic schoolboy, it's like, oh, she didn't have sex. Whether she did or didn't to have Jesus is, it doesn't matter to me, right? But in alchemical processes and mystical practices, when they say someone is virgin, it doesn't mean that they haven't had sex. It means that untouched by human activity, their soul or essence is in a form, and human activity doesn't diminish the presence, right? And so if you think about what happens to us during the day, like this person said this and this person said that, all these things have an impact on the soul or our true nature, and it diminishes the true nature. When you can be more in an intuitive state, those things happen, but you're able to stay connected to that true nature, that higher part of yourself, that soul aspect of yourself. It starts to be untouched by the events of the day, right? So you get to be more of who you are rather than your conditioned self. I once had a teacher that said, there's very few souls that come in that are truly evil. They're or bad people. He said, most people that we would deem as like kind of bad people, it's just conditioning. They've been conditioned. Their true nature has diminished. They're not in touch with who they really are. They just got lost a little bit. And when I was young and I heard this, I was like, I don't know. I know some evil people. I know some really obnoxious people. But as I've gotten older and I've had a lot of water under the bridge and a lot of things, that either happened to me or people around me. And I was like, as I got older, I get it. I get exactly what he said. It's life can really pull us away from who we are, or those same things can make us more deeply connected with who we really are. It really kind of depends on how we embrace the situations. Something that's good, I don't know, we get in our head and we try to reproduce it, and we end up drifting away from who we really are because we had this one experience. We have negative things that happen, and it gives us perspective, and we see the bigger picture, and it makes us better and stronger. It depends on how we process it. The key is not to get overwhelmed, right? When you get overwhelmed, you just become reactive. Everybody can hit that at some point. So the more that we go through and we clean these things up, you notice like your ability to problem solve now versus being triggered or a little bit upset is much greater now than when you're upset or triggered. When you're triggered, you're just trying to manage something. Where here, you can really kind of innovate something. And if you can't innovate it, you can watch it until the innovation comes. That's a big difference, right? So we'll do part B again. So you can use the stagnation or spine, aloes, frankincense, white oud, which is a type of aloes. Or, you can also just use the cedar again, which is a B choice, but it still works really good. Mhm.
Why get different oils for the second step?
They're different applications. Like, so a person is one thing where you might be processing it. Here, you're just trying to diminish just excessive intellect, where the other one's it's a little bit more personalized. You know what I mean? This one, you're a little bit more in your head about it. Because it's a situation. It would work okay. Yeah, it would work okay. Yeah. Ginger lily is more transmuting, but yeah, but it would still work. If you didn't have it, you could still use it. Okay. So you're thinking of your first situation whatever that was, your first situation, the active situation, you're staying focused on it. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Just be still. Let's think of the positive situation, the goal, whatever it was, and inhale. Bless you. And then just pause. Just let everything go. Do you feel a little bit more peaceful, a little bit more quiet? Look at how much these things impact us. These connections that we don't even really notice or think about or acknowledge. Yet they have significant influence over us. So this next one is one of my favorites. Past events. Like think of something where, you know, a car accident, an an injury, a breakup, you know, you quit your job or, you know, got, you know, released or fired or whatever, like some like big blow up with the family, like something where even though there's distance and you haven't thought about it for a while, if you think about it, you know, here's the thing with it. Like, I think like somebody in the back was mentioning this before where, you know, sometimes you think about it, and you go, oh, that was upsetting. But sometimes you look at it and you're kind of numb. Right? You're just like, I don't really feel anything. It's because it's so overwhelming to the emotions and the mind, even the body. So part of how we deal with it is like, ugh. So for me, like I'll go back, like I share this story a lot because I think it's helpful. But you know, I have my list of like this happened, that happened, this happened, that happened, you know, I have a list. Yeah, that I went back and visited. But I had this time, one time I was about 9 years old. And you know, when I would go back and think about it, like I felt nothing, like nothing. But like energetically, when I go look at it, like something was there. And I was like, nothing bad happened. Like, you know, I started thinking about it. I was like, the only thing I could think of is we moved. You know, we just moved from the house that we were in, we moved to another house. You know, it wasn't even that far. And, you know, so I started working it. And then as I started working it, I realized growing up, all my friends were on the street that my house was on. And then we moved just not very far away, but now I didn't see those friends every day. I would see them at school, but it was different. Like I wasn't part of the little gang. I wasn't part of the club. And so there wasn't really kids that lived on my block. So, you know, I made friends at school, but like these kids are like I grew up with, right? They really weren't even that nice of kids, but still they were the kids that I grew up with, right? And so as I kept on winding it, I realized that there was like a kind of trauma or like hurt feelings, or I just felt like whatever because of that change. And when I would see those friends, I didn't fit in like I used to. I wasn't connected with them. And you know, kids being kids, they made it clear I wasn't in the gang, you know. They weren't mean about it, but they just kind of like ignored, you know. And so if I went back and made a list of all the traumatic things or all the negative things, that wouldn't even make the list. But all the things that I've worked in the past, like, you know, car accidents and, you know, weird thing that happened at work and, you know, a breakup with somebody, that one was more profound than all the other ones. You know, as a 9-year-old, that really rocked my world. Like as an adult looking back, it seems like no big deal. But when I was 9, that was my world and it changed dramatically. And so sometimes it might be things that you think is no big deal in your mind, but the younger version of you might have saw it very, very differently, you know? So think of just times where there was like change or something weird was happening. Babette, 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 will you turn the thing off on your phone, the dinging? So think of the past situations and then take nice, long, deep breaths.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're still using the Theracords.
So back to the first oil you guys originally used.
Yeah, the Theracords. Yeah.
Right, like say corn and not cords, and I'm like, is it genetically modified?
Do you guys need a?
Yes, refresh.
What's that? That's okay. Yeah. Your dyslexia made that right. Past event, like some past event.
Negative.
Probably more negative, like where there was change. You moved from a city, you broke up with somebody, but like in the past, not active. Nice long through. Nice long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause for a moment. Begin inhaling again, same situation, same past event. And then just pause. Okay, we're gonna pull out that second oil you were using. Stagnation or spine. You'd use aloes or frankincense. We're gonna use cedar here. And start thinking of the past event and inhale the second oil. We just did one event.
Cedar.
Yeah. And then just pause for a moment. How do you feel? How's your mind? When you think of that past event, what do you notice? Let's go ahead and have shares, questions. Let's process it. Unmute yourself, type in, raise your hand. Hey, Terry.
So when we were doing the first situation, I did my business, as you had mentioned, right? And so I felt like I wrote down, like, I feel so good. I feel like I have all these like white cords just coming all out of me. And then somewhere in the next phase of doing it, I felt a cord from the very first situation come right back at me. So I don't know if I was too open, if I haven't totally cleared the other. I think there's a little ambivalence with that argument.
The first chord from situation or person?
A person.
You're probably just, so she was saying that like she did it with the active situations with her business, and then she could feel like a chord still with a person. It was probably always there, but there was not enough differentiation. So it's just go back and work that person again. Yeah. Yeah.
But I did feel really good.
Yeah. Yeah. It feels good, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Like you notice, like you feel kind of more enthusiastic or more positive, and you're like, okay, let's, like sometimes, if you think about situation or work sometimes, and you feel like a little burned out or a little blah, like clean your cords, and you'll notice that like all of a sudden, like, well, I'm not as burned out as I was, or I'm not as bogged down as I was. And sometimes it's just an accumulation from situations or people or whatever, and it weighs you down. Yeah. Yeah. I think Dorothea first. Yeah. Yeah.
Will cleaning the cores from one negative situation have any effect on, and we're talking past negative situations, have any effect on other past negative situations, or do we really need to conduct every single one?
So she mentions that like if we clean cords with one past situation or past event, does that clean up everything? And I would say it's a little bit of both. So when you go through and you clean up things from the past, you're making it so that your nervous system more easily shifts into rest and repair, which means it kind of does start cleaning up other things. But at the same time, if there was really like a significant event, I would still go back and visit that, because that's still weighing on you on some way. So a lot of times, the more you kind of clean this up, it's kind of a weird thing. The more you clean it up, it starts to clean up other things to a certain extent. Not completely, but to a certain extent. But it also makes it so where you almost don't have to keep doing it as much. Like if you really go through and kind of clean house a little bit, and then you'll notice like things don't bother me like they did. Like things don't get stirred up like they did. But out of all of them, the biggest one is usually past events. Like if you go back and you're like, when I was 5 or 6, or when I was 10, for me, it was like, it seemed like a silly thing, but at 9, that weighed on me and was probably having a big impact on how I interacted with friends in my 20s and 30s. Just because I moved, a couple of miles away from my friends, and I'm saying friends loosely, like if you look at their behavior, I don't know that they were really friends. They were just proximity interaction associates. You know what I mean? Like if we met at school, we probably wouldn't have been friends. We just happened to live on the same block, so.
And also, with past negative events, why wouldn't we want to just use glue and cut the cords?
There's still a lot of stuff impacted in you, and so just cutting the cord doesn't necessarily do it. Like usually it needs more cleaning than cutting.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to clean out the homeostatic emotion and the triggers and things to a much higher degree. Like even if you get it to cut, it's just gonna still be there, you know, because your mind will go there. Like here, we're shifting the intellect and you're cleaning out the emotion. And so, yeah.
I have a lot of pressure in my head, like it feels like my temples and my jaw. And I don't know if it's because I went back to like a really traumatic event.
Mhm.
I don't know if it's that or.
I would work the event more. Like she's saying like she feels like her jaws are tied and it's partially out. Like you need to keep working it for a little bit. Yeah.
Back and forth.
Yeah, I would probably do back and forth because you know the first part you're hitting the emotional component of it in the nervous system. The second part, you know, part B, like here we use, you know, spine or stagnation or aloes or frankincense, and here we use cedar. It's calming down the intellectual component of it. And so I would do the 1-2 punch. I would do them both. Yeah. You hate there.
Said about clearing the cords, then cutting them. Is that kind of like a real jump?
Yeah, a lot of times the reason that you have to cut cords is because you're too stuck in defense mode. So when you clean them, at some point they just fall away. Because even with energy healing, like you know, you do healing, you go, oh, I cut the cord, you know, so I don't feel drained from the patient or whatever. At some point, that's not necessary anymore because your nervous system is refined. You're having to do that because in that scenario, your nervous system isn't refined enough. So if you clean it enough, it becomes irrelevant. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm.
Things that, I don't know if this was unrealistic expectations, so I come from a place where as a child, there was constant disappointment.
Mhm.
So as an adult,
Are we related or?
I just don't expect anything.
Right.
So then I'm not disappointed because
Right.
disappointment is just so overwhelming.
Right.
So now that I don't expect anything, that's a little disappointing.
Right.
You know what I mean? I
Sure.
just, so after doing that, now I just feel like I'm in the, I don't give a damn much. You know, like it just nothing, like I'm not supposed to expect anything. I'm still not, but it's a different feeling with it about it, as opposed to this is suffocate, like being suffocated with a pillow. And this is just, okay, I might have to feel this occasionally, but it'll be over.
Mhm. I would say we're going to be doing some stuff with materialization tomorrow. She was saying she grew up with like being disappointed a lot and having no expectation. So now as she releases it, she's like, okay, now it's not bad, but now it's just like, you know, okay, another day, like, you know, whatever. And part of it is when we like either later today or tomorrow, we're going to be working on setting patterns. And so part of it would be rebooting patterns in our lives that, which is another way of saying harmonics. You know, you have a pattern that then kind of keeps duplicating. And so there you have a pattern that of like things not always being disappointed or things not going well, right? And so, you know, it's good not to have expectations, but that's even more extreme, right? Where it's just like, yeah, just whatever, things aren't going to be good, right? And so tomorrow, when we start doing the materialization component, it's establishing patterns so that you're able to interact with things in your environment very well and like attract the things that you're trying to attract. So it would be two parts. So
I don't know
tomorrow,
if that was just way too broad a thing to
No.
be focusing on
No.
for that exercise.
no.
Okay.
So,
And then go ahead, Robert, then Teresa.
hey, Mr. Robert.
Hey, good morning. So when we were doing part A of situations, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. And then I got to the end and you said, think about the situation. And I'm like, I don't even know what situation I was thinking about. It was completely gone.
That's great.
And
That's a good.
then I did the stagnation for the second half of it. I fell asleep.
Oh, tremendous.
So I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah, it's
Then
super.
then we went on to the past events, and you said take out etheric quartz, which is one of my favorite oils. And it was like, ooh, I don't like this oil anymore. So I had to go get rue from the drawer and use it instead.
Mhm.
I'm sort of confused by that part of it. You know, how could I suddenly dislike an oil that quick?
Were you already thinking of the situation?
Uh, the past event when we went to segment 5, yeah.
Yeah, it probably has more to do with the event than the oil.
Okay.
Yeah.
So keep doing it.
Was it a traumatic thing or an uncomfortable thing, or you don't have to say what it is, but just what was the nature of it?
I'd say it's more uncomfortable or awkward than traumatic.
Like, sometimes, like if you think of intellect, you know, I used to have this little dog that, he's very sweet, but if we went outside, he would get a little bit afraid. He'd go on lockdown. No drinking water, no peeing, no pooping, nothing. He would just go on lockdown. And I would laugh, but I would go, there's a part of me that's like that too. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's times where something might be so upsetting that we kind of have lockdown, like no movement, no anything, just it's managed. Don't stir the pot, don't do anything. And it probably has more to do with that.
Okay.
Yeah. Try it with the Theracord.
Try it again.
Yeah.
Okay. It was like so awful. I just had to switch. And I know there's so much ruin etheric cores. I understand that. But it was just like totally different. It felt different. I could tolerate the rue where the etheric chords was like, eh.
So the reason why Rue probably felt good is Rue is also for conflict resolution. So there's still some conflict there.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
and
keep
it
looking
doesn't
that way.
mean necessarily with the person or the thing, but there's still,
Conflict within me,
yeah, like there's something feels unresolved or
like a
like,
dissonance.
for me, like if I think about situations like that, I feel vulnerable. I feel that there's never going to be a resolution that is okay with me. You know what I mean? They're not going to realize their behavior, like, whatever. They're just going to keep doing it over and over again, whatever it might be. And so it's probably more that there's still kind of a conflict. It might not be active, but from the point of view of the mind, it feels like it's not something that can be resolved. When here, you're just releasing the emotion of it. You're just shifting the nervous system. That's why we follow it with that second part, so that the intellect, like you're diminishing intellect or being overly intellectual about it, because there is, if you think about it with the intellect, it's maintaining something. And the intellect always feels like it needs to make something happen. Intuition just lets it flow. Like it is going to shift whether it likes it or not. But intellect is like, but how am I supposed to do this? What am I supposed to do? What's the technique? Like what am I gonna, what steps do I need to do? Like the intellect wants to like make something happen. And in these situations, it is not about making something happen. It's just about releasing it. And so I would say that like the conflict is still, the mind doesn't know how to resolve it. Which for me, especially in my younger years, if that would have been in the Olympics, I'm pretty sure I could have medaled. I might not have gotten gold, but I would have definitely medaled.
That's funny. Okay.
In my youth, being stuck in intellect or overly intellectual was my middle name. Like it was just always like I would come, like if you gave me something to do, I could tell you 15 things that were going to go wrong and why it wasn't going to work. Like I would just go through and bop, 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 bop. didn't even have to think about it very long. But it was just, I was just too mental about things. And so a lot of times in areas we'll be able to shift in and out of intuition and everything. But the area that when we get locked into like something that is traumatic or is hurt or something, the intellect can get very stuck there. And if I look back in my youth, there was a lot of little traumas that I got stuck on. Like I was going from one trauma to the next in my mind. And so like whenever you hit something like that, it just means that it really affected you, probably even more than you realize. I think that was one of the realizations that happened for me just even a few years ago, where I started, I do all this kind of stuff and everything. And I started realizing my feelings were way more hurt in that situation than I realized, or that impacted me so much greater than I thought. In my mind, I kind of diminished like, oh, that doesn't have that power over me or this or that, or, I'm a big boy, I moved past it. When really there was more hurt feelings or more trauma or whatever than I acknowledged, And I would say for something like this, it's probably too overwhelming or still feels a little too big.
Does the intellect almost get stubborn and not want to give it up?
Well, the intellect is always about maintenance. It's always maintaining something. So it can be a little stubborn about it. Like it can be like, that's why I make the joke, like it'll let things go, but it leaves claw marks all over it. It really doesn't let things go because the claws are so sharp, it holds on to it. And so
in essence, intuition hasn't yet convinced it to shift to something else.
Right. Every time intuition tries to shift it, intellect goes, I don't know about that. You get over there, hippie, just stay away from me. You know what I mean? Like all your releasing and letting go and that's just crazy talk. The thing with intellect is a byproduct of your defense mechanisms. And there's part of your neurology that when something has been traumatic, your brain doesn't want to let go of it because it wants to prevent it for the future. Right? Like it's like, even if you release it emotionally, mentally, the intellect goes, don't worry, I'll never forget, because it wants to prevent that situation from happening again. And so part of why it doesn't want to let it go is that it doesn't want it to happen again.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes
Which
sense.
usually means it was very painful on some level.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey.
Hi. Well, that was interesting while you were talking to Robert. Things were shifting. I feel absolutely horrible. There must be just something coming up.
Was it from the past event or from active situations?
Well, it's interesting. When we were talking about the active situation in work and then going to a new situation, which is right now, it is closing out what I'm doing now and bringing in the new. I couldn't see the new. I'm like, oh my God, I'm stuck. And just a lot going on in the head in terms of congestion. That's what it feels like. And then when you were talking to Robert, I saw all these cords off of my head. I have been just using etheric quartz and Palo Santo. I haven't gone back to ginger lily. And I'm wondering on break, I might take a bath, and what would help lift this a bit more.
So it came up when though? Like it came up in the first situation, the second situation, or the past event?
Well, the first situation was supposed to be the negative one, right? And then the second one was supposed to be positive.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, I couldn't get to the positive because I was stuck in the negative one.
Keep doing the negative one. Do more etheric chords on it. Still more needs to come out. You're in process.
Okay. And if I were to help my body along and when we take a break, is there any salt bath that would be great?
Etheric chords.
Okay, great, thanks.
And we had some questions in chat as
Mhm.
well. Could one use hyssop for these practices of focusing on situations, events, goals, etc.?
For the chord part, it wouldn't work. It does other things. You know, hyssop's very good for diminishing the potential for absorbing negativity. But here we're trying to clean chords and those connections. And so you would use it like after the fact.
And this is more of a general class workbook question.
Mhm.
Could you say a little bit about the past classes referenced in the workbook and why they might be relevant?
So like here in past events, like you look at the Phoenix technique was all about chords. Like it was a whole class on just working etheric chords. So I gave you a reference of like if you want to do a deeper dive on if something came up in one of the segments that you were working and you wanted to do a deeper dive, you could go reference those past classes. Yeah. Anybody else? Okay, so how about we'll take a break, we'll do lunch, and then we'll come back and we'll do a general clearing on things that you don't even know that's there.
Oh, wow.
Whole body release.
Okay.
Okay, so it's 12:30, so we'll come back at 2 o'clock Central Time. So I'll see you in the hour and a half, and we'll hit the ground running. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. Okay, let's pick up where we left off. Give me a second just to recalibrate here. So we are going to go to segment 7. So we're still going to be working the etheric chords, but you know, in the things that we did before lunch, we thought about a person, we thought about a situation, we thought about past events, but what about the things that we don't know about? What about the connections to things we just, if I said, like, if you would have walked up to me years ago and said, hey, what about that thing when you were 9 years old? I'd go, what are you talking about? Like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And, you know, sometimes it's not just what's happened, but what hasn't happened. You know, and I go back to this story one time with one of the students, and they were sharing that when they were growing up, you know, they had a good life. Like, you know, their parents owned their own business and they worked really hard and put them through school, put them through private schools, you know, helped them with college, all these things. So when I would look at them, I could see like trauma or hurt feelings. And so if I asked them questions about that stuff, they would say, no, everything was good. The family was really good. And so like upon a lot of questioning, you could see nothing bad had happened when they were young. But, you know, if they had their way, they had such a good connection with their parents that they would have liked more time with their parents. And their parents were always busy running the business. And so, you know, they're providing for the future, which is amazing. But at the same time, the child sees it through their eyes and goes, well, I would have liked more time with the parent. Right. And so if you ask them, was that traumatizing? They would go, no, like my parents did these amazing things. But the 5-year-old child or the 7-year-old child, or like in my case, the 9-year-old, you know, it doesn't make sense from the point of view of where I'm at now. But when I was 9, that was my world. Oh, you know, so it was a 9-year-old's perspective. It doesn't have to make sense. It took me a long time to be able to get to that place where it doesn't have to make sense, because I would go, this doesn't make sense. Like I was 9, I moved, of course that would happen. But that's the adult looking at it. So in a way, what starts to happen is we have these connections to things like that, or even patterns like that we're not really that aware of. Sometimes we're completely unconscious of them. So with that, what do we do about it? Because it is another source of lower emotion. It is another source of being triggered. It's another source of being put in a defensive mode or in fight flight. Do I need to be angry to be able to fight better? Do I need to be scared to run faster? Whatever that looks like. And so this next little piece, we're going to go through each of the energy centers and just unwind the body head to toe. You don't have to think about anything. You don't need to think about another person. But by putting your awareness on the center, sometimes you might know what is hitting your solar plexus. Like it's this person, it's this situation, it's whatever it is. But we still have all these other connections. So one of the ways to be able to address it without knowing what it is you go to the energy center and you treat the energy center, right? So that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to guide you where to do it. And all you have to do is just inhale. You're just inhaling. Okay, so we're going to do etheric chords again. Yes.
Can you focus on I'll be vulnerable. So can I focus on my romantic life?
Yeah.
I haven't been able.
But I would treat that as an active situation. Yeah, I would like, so. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
That's not aware of, no matter how much work.
Yeah. So this is just going to unwind stuff no matter what. But if you wanted to go, okay, my romantic life, like, so she's asking about her romantic life, you could still focus on it and go chakra by chakra by chakra by chakra. So if you were like, okay, I got these situations, like Teresa's a good example, is she's constantly having to deal with difficult situations and conflicts. And when she finishes up that task, they move her to another situation where she has to do it again, right? So there might be connections from other people or because of conflicts that you just would never know about. You think you go through and you clean them up, but there could still be weird connections to something. And so I like to do this one. I probably do it, what do you think, like every 2 weeks or so? I just go through head to toe, like just crank through it all. Okay, full confession. A lot of times my first time through, I don't make it past the solar plexus. Because I'm like, oh, this is going to be amazing. I'm so cleaned up, and I started inhaling, and I get to the solar plexus. I usually fall asleep, and then I wake back up and go, where was I? And so I clean it up some more, and then I do it again. And the second time, I usually am able to stay awake through the whole thing. What it was about, I have no idea. Sometimes it's stuff that you think about, but sometimes there's stuff from people that you just don't even know. Like you don't know that they're doing something. You don't know. You just don't know. Right? Okay, so you have your etheric chords, right? Start inhaling. Your awareness is on the top of your head. You're still on the top of your head. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, and then just pause and be still. And just notice what's happening with your body, your emotions, your thoughts. Just notice what happened. How'd you do, Tracy? Okay? Yeah, you look like you're. I see even like the crown, like it's affecting like thoughts and things. Just the drama from the office. You might need to do this a couple times a week, like this one process. After it gets cleaned up, it won't have the same impact. It's just that everything's impacted. Notice we just did one chakra. Feels kind of good, right? So now your awareness is on your forehead, where the hairline is, and the back head. So your awareness is here, and then the back of your head. Like if you follow this around to the back side, there and there, both at the same time. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still inhaling. Your awareness is on your forehead and back head. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Good. And then pause and be still and just see what you notice. Now, the awareness is between the eyebrows. Between the eyebrows. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness between the eyebrows. Now, move your awareness to the throat. Your awareness is on your throat. That's it. Just front right now. Your awareness is on your throat. If you ever want to go, hey, I wonder where there's chords that or connections to things that I don't know about, welcome to your new friend. Your throat. Yeah. Because it's the lower mind. It's the part of the mind that grinds on things. You know what I mean? So
Yes.
nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on your throat. Now, and then just pause. Just notice how it feels when you've just done your throat. What do you notice with your mind right now? Like for me, it's not just that it's quiet, it's more relaxed. Like I like this is kind of a ridiculous image, but I see my brain like sitting on a lounge chair at the beach or something. It's just like, it's all good. Okay, so we're gonna do the throat again because it's a big source of these kinds of connections. So again, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the throat. You're still on the throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause for a moment. Did you feel that second round on the throat even a little deeper? Yeah, the second time around, it goes a little deeper. I wonder what the third time's gonna do. So same spot. Let's go a little bit deeper. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Now do your back throat, which is the middle of the back of your neck. So the middle of the back of your neck. Just pause and be still. I've seen at least 8 different yawns in the last 3 minutes in the room. Like you could see why, like if you really do this kind of thorough, what you could see why I always fall asleep at the solar plexus. Just boom, I'm out. Now, if you start unwinding this stuff, it's very, very soothing to the body. Very soothing to the body. Mhm.
You can't sleep, is this something?
Yeah. Somebody said if you couldn't sleep, this could be one of the things you do. Because you're cleaning up lower emotion. If you think of like, why can't I sleep? You know, there could be physical things like allergies or, you know, you're just a little wound up, but it's usually stress, anxiety, fears, pain. You know, there's usually a reason, right? And so if you boil those down, a lot of that pain is one of the biggest generators of homeostatic emotion in the body or lower emotion in the body. So you just start unwinding the emotional component of it, and all of a sudden your body goes, ugh. You know, even when I think I'm like super chill, I'm super relaxed. I've done a bunch of purifications and healing, and I do this. I'm like, I can't keep my eyes open. You know, it's just because it's so soothing to the body. So we're going to do the throat and back throat, both at the same time. Throat and back throat. And then just be still. Your awareness is on your heart, the center of your chest. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just pause and be still. Your awareness is on the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Just put your awareness on that area between your shoulder blades and just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. As this dream. As this dream. Good. Yeah. And then just be still. Notice your body, your emotions, and your thoughts. Okay, so let's do the solar plexus. Front solar plexus below your ribs, the upper abdomen. Your awareness is there. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. Just pause and let go. How'd that feel? Again, let's do the solar plexus. Still that same area below your ribs on the upper abdomen. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Okay, back solar plexus, mid back area, below the shoulder blades. Below the shoulder blades. You're inhaling on the back solar plexus. Just observe. Let go and just observe. You're just practicing watchfulness. Observe your body, your emotions, your thoughts. Let's do that back solar plexus again. Inhale, your awareness is on your mid back area, below your shoulder blade. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is still on that back solar plexus. You're just being still, just letting everything go. Your awareness is on your navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your navel. And then just be still. Just be still. Now we're going to do the spleen, which is the left-hand side of your body below the ribs. So you're going to the left side of your body below your ribs. Your awareness is on that spleen area. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, that same area, but on the back side. So just go through the body, come out on the other side. You're still working that left-hand side of your body in that lower rib area. And just pause and let go. Just be still. Keep the body still. Just let go. Now we're going to your low back area, the back side of your navel. So go to where your navel is, go to that spot, but on your back, your low back. You're taking nice, slow, deep breaths. You're just pausing and being still. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Where the sex organs are. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And just let go. The bottom of your tailbone. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. If you know your body, your emotions, your mind, your thoughts. Okay, I'm going to say some things here for just a minute. Do your best to hear what I'm saying. We'll even cut this out so that you could listen to it later. So we did all that thing the whole morning, but when you sit here and you do this, you notice, man, this is deep. This is very relaxing. You could say this is significantly more potent than the things that we did this morning. So if that's the case, why don't we just do this all the time? Why didn't I just start with this? Okay, so let's look at it from the point of view of what we did, right? We looked at a person, we looked at active situations, we looked at a past event. A lot of times the past event was maybe the rougher of all of them, you know, unless you had somebody who's really being obnoxious right now or something, right? So we're looking at it from the energetic point of view. We have an energetic cord going between us and that person. We have an energetic cord going between us and that situation. We have an energetic cord going between us and that past event. On one level, yes, that is true. On another level, if we set the whole idea of energy aside and go, yeah, you know what? I don't believe that. I think it's all whatever. You set it aside. Okay, let's look at it from a different perspective. When you have something that's traumatic, right? When you have something that's traumatic, part of why it's traumatic and part of why there's things like PTSD is part of your nervous system is triggered by that situation. So what happens is your nervous system, your brain fixates on that situation, right? There was a wound, right? Your body goes into defense mode, right? Neurologically, your body says, hey, this really sucked. Let's not have this happen again. And it might happen again in the next 30 seconds or the next 5 years or the next 10 years. So there's a saying in psychiatry, the nerves that fire together are wired together. So then what happens is you're going through your day, there's some sort of little stimuli that's similar to that. You get a little trigger. Think about how you touch a sore in your mouth with your tongue. How many times a minute do you touch go, still there? Yep, still there. Still there. Your brain is the one that's doing that. So that's something that you know. What about these little triggers? They're outside of yourself, right? So part of the reason why we did the thing in the morning and part of why I started off teaching it this way from the very beginning was think of a person, think of a situation, think of it. It starts to make the mind aware of these different situations. And it's like, oh, this is a little bit more of an issue. And then you start trying to calm yourself in each one of those situations, right? So what you're doing is you're teaching your mind to be watchful of these traumatic events. And guess what watchfulness is associated with? Rest and repair. So you're teaching your mind to watch or observe these different situations so that it becomes less reactive and that eventually you are able to let it go, right? Because part of why you think of that car accident or that breakup 10 years ago or something, you think about, you get a little worked up, is the nerves that are wired together fire together. So you start thinking of that situation, you neurologically get triggered. Your brain neurologically goes there. Just like Tracy's thing at the beginning of the day, she thought of, she's sitting here, she's all calm, she's got her coffee and her iPad, she's kicking back doing it. She started thinking of that person at work
and that little aura ring said, you're in a very stressful situation. She's sitting here chilling out, but she started thinking of that person that is traumatizing her, right? Just like the opposite. You know, we were reading this article one time. The act of planning a vacation releases endorphins to the point where it makes you feel good, makes you feel better, kind of like you're going on vacation, even though you haven't gone yet, right? Your brain starts to go to like a happy place, right? So part of what you're doing is you're trying to train your mind to let go of the fixation, right? Your brain does it because it's wired to do it. Remember this so it never happens again, right? So even though emotionally, mentally you go through and you work through it, part of it is your brain is still going, don't worry, I'll remember. Like, don't worry. And I'll send you a red alert every time that it's about to happen, right? So then you walk around, trigger, 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 trigger. Oh, God, why can't I let this go? You let it go. And then you go, I feel so much better. Trigger, 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 trigger. Ugh, family event. Trigger, 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 trigger. You know, I think Dan's the one that said they know how to trigger you because they're the ones that installed all the buttons, right? You know, they push your button. So part of what you're doing is you're letting go of the material that triggers you. You're relaxing that part of the nervous system. The reason why that part of the nervous system is wired together is because you haven't been able to spend time to look specifically at it and go, that happened in the past. That's not happening right now. But what happens with trauma, as soon as the trauma happens, it feels like it's always happening. Even though you have all the other distractions, there's part of your brain that's still feeling it like it's right here, right now. Doesn't matter if 10 years goes by, 50 years goes by, doesn't matter what, it's still there. So you're teaching that part of your mind to go, okay, that happened, yes, but relax, relax, relax. And as you train your mind to do that, you can actually, even if you just jump to this last thing we just did, it's very potent. But I would say I still do the other way because I want to train my mind to observe the difficult situations so that I can let go. Because what you're doing, because at first, if you notice, when you look at a difficult situation, you're a little bit more focused. And then all of a sudden you start to expand a little bit, your mind bounces away. Whoa. Your mind bouncing away means you're shifting into awareness rather than focus. When you're grinding on something, you are focused, right? So part of the thing is, instead of going, okay, man, just relax your mind, just relax. You know, I used to have a therapist friend say that to me, and I was like, what does that even mean? Just relax your mind. Why don't you just grow another finger? Like that's like ridiculous, right? So part of what you do is, instead of fighting against and saying, look, if I'm fixated on this, if my mind's always focused on this, how do I make it relax? Make it relax by overloading it. Okay, you want to focus on that event? Then focus, really focus. And then your mind starts to go, You go, no, you said you wanted to focus, focus. And then at some point your mind goes, I give up.
Yeah.
And in that part, it's like, it's unwired, right? And so, yes, there's an energetic approach, because if you think about your tongue touching that sore in your mouth, your mind is constantly checking on the things that trigger you all the time. Another way of saying that is connection, or you're corded to those situations. That's why cutting the cords doesn't have to be like, I'm cutting the cord. You just relax the nervous system. You just relax the nervous system in that area, and that connection goes away. So think of it like this. When we say like, oh, there's this part of me, that part of me, I'd really like to change it, right? Changing it implies that you become something different. Really, what changes is just not being so fixated on a couple of things, and it's allowing another part of yourself to wake up and be more active. It's not about being something different. It's about being more of who you are. We just have to let go of the defenses or the connections of these situations where you can go, I'm changing, which really means there's parts of you that are just laying dormant, that haven't woken up yet, haven't been given a chance. Because there's a couple pieces of you that are just, I got to maintain these triggers. I got to watch these triggers. I got to be sure I visit all the triggers. Watch a dog when you take it out for a walk and it sniffs all the places where it's had some little interaction. Better yet, drop a piece of cheese. If you have a dog, drop a piece of cheese in the kitchen, like a little piece, and let it find it. You watch for the next month. Every time that dog comes in, it goes right to that spot. No cheese this time. One time, cheese magically appeared here. I'm checking this every day. Every time it comes in, it will sniff that spot. Right? It's funny, but we do it all the time with the triggers. That trigger used to be there. That trigger used to be there. That trigger used to be there. It's part of our neurology. It's not helpful to act like, well, I might do it. I might not do it. Guaranteed you do it. So you have to relax those parts of your nervous system so that it just falls away. There was never a piece of cheese there. Change is not about being something different. It's being more of who you are. Letting go of the fixations. You have the traumas with the person or the active situation. Sometimes it's just, the reason that I like doing the active situation is there's part of your mind that's always speculating, trying to guess what's about to happen. Let's guess what's about to happen and then put the things in place in case it goes wrong. And let's make sure it works out just the way that I want. So then when it doesn't work out, it either produces a lot of stress, or when it doesn't work out the way you think, it's traumatizing. Doesn't mean you don't have goals, but we get caught up in the process to get to the goal when really the important thing is the goal itself. If you have to let go of part of the process to make it happen, or sometimes it's easier than we think. God, that was my middle name in my early years was one middle name, but that was my middle name in my 20s. I was always making things way too hard. This has to happen, this has to happen, this has to happen, this has to happen. Right? It's just allowing yourself to be more of who you are. That's it. That's healing, that could be spiritual, whatever you want to call it. It's just allowing yourself to be more of who you are. It's knowing yourself a little bit better. I once had this teacher, like I've talked about this before, but I'm going to share it again. He was over at a student's house and he sat in a chair and he said to the student, he goes, "Do you worry?" And the student was like, "No." And they were having some conversation about something. He goes, "You sure you don't worry?" And he's like, "No." He's like, "Huh." And then he kept talking again. He goes, "You're positive. You don't sit and worry about anything." And the student said, "No." And he goes, "Well, when I sat down in this chair, I began to worry." And here's the interesting thing. He goes, "That is not me. I know that I don't worry. So something from the environment is making me worry." And the student goes, well, I don't worry, but my wife sits in that chair and worries when the kids are out. Like, there you go. But he could tell the difference between his worry or his, his inner state and then the external stimuli. I don't usually worry. Something's making me worry. So what happens is you start recognizing this isn't mine. This is something else. This is somebody else. First, we just try to get cleaned up. Then after that, you start to be able to even differentiate between theirs and yours. And that change. Let's go ahead and open it up to questions, shares. The lady in the back.
So up until this point, I've been kind of micromanaging, watching this person to see what he's doing or going to do. And when you said you're looking to see if they're gonna trigger you.
Right.
And then, so without those triggers, then I'm just seeing his behavior.
Right.
And I don't have an investment in it.
Right.
Like, is that accurate?
Yeah. So she's saying like she has this difficult person and she's constantly like in the office, like micromanaging him and checking in with him. Like, okay, how is he going to irritate me today? What did he do to irritate me? Like, kind of maybe not those exact inner words, but close. Like, okay, this guy's an F up. I know he's effing up. What did he do today to F up? Just what's going on, right? And so her being able to shift and not have the fixation there, right? For one, it takes down her stress loads monumentally. But two, it doesn't mean she's like, okay, that situation's okay. But what you can do is like not take it so personal and you can allow for something different to happen, right? So here you can now go, okay, if I'm not being triggered by this person's always behaving this way. I can focus on the behavior. I can teach him how to behave properly. He's playing a short game. I'm going to play the long game. I'm totally going to play the long game. Even if you don't believe me, try an experiment. So, say to your husband or your partner, even if they're hearing what I'm saying right now, still try this. Go, I really like it when you pick up your dirty clothes. You didn't say it in a negative way. You said it in a positive way. I really like it when you pick up your dirty clothes, right? And so even if they heard me say this, you're like, I know that you're working me. I know that, right? But they also want to succeed and they don't want to fail. They'll go, I know what you're doing, and then they'll still pick up their dirty clothes and throw them in the dirty clothes, right? And so if you do that enough, after several times, it's just ingrained in their head. They really like it when I pick up my dirty clothes. And then there's a new behavior. So you just do some sort of reinforcement. Sometimes it's positive, sometimes it's negative, but you teach the person how to behave in the workplace because that person doesn't know how to behave in the workplace. That person doesn't know how to get along with people, but yeah. But they're everywhere. Honestly, they're everywhere.
If not him, somebody else.
Yeah. Even if you get it good for a little while, people come, people go, you're going to have to deal with it at some point.
Well, and the childhood thing that when we went to the past event, I had never looked at it. It was one of the, probably the most traumatic thing that ever happened to me when I was a kid. And for some reason today it came up and he reminds me of a key player in that dynamic. And it was just really weird. Like it feels like a big shift.
Yeah, good. So a little bit of the pattern from the past was a little bit of the pattern now. Not the exact behavior, but like personalities and like the way that they act and talk and
the way he treated
yeah.
great grandmother.
Right.
Scott, my treats,
Right.
everybody.
Because it's not like you relive the whole, like she's saying, like this person now is associated kind of in a way like a behavior or a attitude from something that was very traumatic when she was young. So part of her trying to micromanage that is, I've done this dance before. You're going to hurt me like that person did so many years ago. So then you start to micromanage the situation to try to maintain it.
And I get.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. And it doesn't mean he's not a jerk. It's just not, he's not a jerk plus that old jerk. Right. Yeah.
Interesting.
Anybody else?
Yeah, go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Miss Barbara.
Hey there. That was, it was deep and a different experience for me in that, well, I feel as though my torso's in a warming oven with my back solar plexus and Meng Meng closest to the heating element, and the rest of me is in the refrigerator. Like these warm and cold aspects to the body. And the warmth kept increasing as we went further down the centers. It was like following the pattern, and there's
There's a bit of a blockage coming out.
do I do anything or just let it?
You can probably just let it cook unless it gets uncomfortable, but if you're going to work it, back solar and Ming Men.
Yeah, that's where the warmth is. It's not uncomfortable. It's just this warm.
Yeah. It's some old blockage coming out.
Okay, so when you say work it, just inhale the etheric chords with awareness and there.
Yeah.
Thank you. And
You're
these
so
interesting insights from aspects of the past wounds, traumas, whatever, that I feel like I'm getting deeper into experiences that I either didn't want to look at or were unconscious.
Right.
They're starting to become more apparent, not in an uncomfortable way, just in a deeper knowing way.
Good.
Thank you.
Good. You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Paulina.
Hey,
Hi.
how are you?
And I was like you said, I was like sleeping, I was like laying there, and sometimes I said, like the oil was falling down, and I said, oh my goodness, my eternal cords are going to fall down. And so I was all the time like that because, it's this resistance, right? To let go.
Mhm. Yeah, good.
And then I felt like I could, make the breath complete, and then I began to, get it. So I wanted to let go, and flow, and so I can finish with this.
Yeah, good. Good.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, Teresa.
Hi. I'm not well. I'm not well. I fell asleep in part of it. I can feel part of it coming up, some of it sitting around the solar plexus, and just feels like I'm blocked in my head. Like old, I wouldn't say it's worry, but it probably is like a big block